Hello, hello, guys. Surely I can't keep having bad win-loss rates in every stream, right? I gotta get a win streak at some point. It's gonna happen, surely, today. At least just a small promotion. I do see an Amma being open here. I really hope they don't pick it, because I don't want to deal with it. There's just so much OP shit, though. It's actually crazy. Like, what do we even do? Dodge? No. Cupid.
Select your god.
I mean, I need to pick it. I refuse to deal with this shit. I don't even feel like playing it. I think it's so boring. I don't even really like only auto-attacking gods. Might be weird coming from me since Vamana is kind of my favorite, but I feel like on Vamana it's a combination of abilities as well as auto-attacking. It's not just auto-attacking, but on Armor it does feel different because everything you do kind of needs to to charge up your 2, you need to auto attack. It's kind of just your ultimate, I guess, that isn't, because like the 3 is just a dash and the 1 is just an aura. But actually, you know what? I'm fine with it. I haven't tried this new skin yet. I only got that one today.
It's Amma and her trusty familiar Nova.
Cool. The shield is a is that a cat? Something magic cat? Looks like I might be against a Bologna. I hope it's Achilles and not Bologna, but either way, should be somewhat easy matchups. Well, not Bologna, I guess, if she knows how to play. Might be annoying. I don't know, is this a beats game? Like, Thor is annoying for sure, but... I might want to go Blink. Or Ages, even. I'll do beats. Fucking. Do have Cupid ult as well. Achilles stun.
What kind of enchanted item is this?
I usually like starting Brackies. I want to try to Kins this time. I tend to just think of Brackies hard when I think of Amma as well, but I guess I don't scale with Int on the heal anymore, considering it does not heal me anymore. So, less importance on that. That's just strength, and this is still more strength. Yeah, I mean strength makes more sense. Focus on that for a bit.
Enemy careful.
So it is, in fact, Bologna.
Kill it with Umbas with Thunder.
Magic barrier. Magic barrier. Magic barrier.
Let's just make sure that I'm getting my blue buff here.
Magic barrier. Magic barrier.
I almost miss being able to just go for, what is it, full int. I like that more than this stuff.
Not like this. Magic barrier.
Still kind of a decent trade, I think. So then I can take his shit. And bot shouldn't really lose a whole lot for that, outside of maybe just losing speed buff and stuff.
Magic barrier. I'm just getting bored. Come on and hit me. Rally here.
Okay. I really wanted to hold my ult.
I must have messed up the incantation.
Double kill. Double kill.
I am some massacred, but
Magic barrier.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hit me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's enough. Magic barrier. Here I come. Stay thin. Gotcha.
no, the dash distance, that sucks. I missed my 2. Should have pressed it earlier. You shouldn't have TP though, so it's just still a good trade then. You could have stayed and gotten that extra XP and then backed, but I'll just keep building a lead here.
Magic barrier.
Falling back. I'll get cliff lane.
Magic
No, I missed the creep.
An enemy has been slain. Falling back.
It's super weird. Okay. He probably could have killed me, honestly. If he saved his ult.
An ally has been slain.
Barrier.
Your right tower is under attack.
This matchup is a bit tough this early. Only a few items.
Oh my gosh, this wand is incredible.
I think once I finish Berserkers, I should be in a much better position. Well, now that I have Kins as well, honestly, so I should start winning trades. He did have Golden Blade there when I didn't have an item, so... Let's see how it goes now.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Magic barrier. Stay thin.
I'm actually just dead, dude. Bellona is such a good counter to this fucking armor stuff.
Your right tower
I
is
just
under
can't hit her enough. Should have probably focused on the wave too, so I didn't take unnecessary damage. But I don't really think that made any difference. Yeah, I mean, they barely did any damage. Guess I am just gonna farm. At least I know that in this matchup that Bellona will be severely less effective late game than Armor will be, but didn't really pick this, so I can just sit under my tower.
Barrier.
An enemy has been slain.
He's still 8. No, he's 9. Okay. Didn't refresh on the character pictures.
I'll on my way.
Magic barrier.
Answer that. An ally has been slain. Coming in. Cold. Enemy ultimate incoming. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Thank God for that stampede, but that's so awkward as well.
Magic barrier. Magic barrier.
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Attack!
Wait, why did I level my dash? I just realized. Why the fuck did I level my dash? I must have panicked though. Or just not realized.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Magic barrier.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I still don't know if I like the Minotaur since my 2 or not. I think they're just way too dominant in killing waves. They just fuck up waves so easily.
On my way. An ally has been slain.
And it's way too easy to deny people with them.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle
On top of that, it
tower
gives a
is
shit ton of
under
gold as well.
Enemy missing.
That's too bad. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is
These gangs are baiting me so hard, man. Fuck.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I don't even know what to build, honestly, into this Bellona.
The Pyromancer.
I'll go for some defense early. Maybe I'm just being a pussy, though. Maybe I should still just go Brachis.
Magic barrier.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, that helped a lot, getting Berserkers as well. She doesn't hurt me that much anymore. Might be able to fight her now, despite her blocking.
Magic barrier. Help. Magic barrier.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
I was defending you from Sol, I guess, my bad.
Magic barrier.
Defend middle lane. Be careful,
Magic barrier.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Be careful,
Yes.
right. Your right tower is under attack.
Stupid no.
Down. Help right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Magic barrier.
Attack.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm pushing the tower.
Barrier. Oh, did I do that?
You want to ambush here?
Magic barrier.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Okay.
I'll just buy Brachis here instead.
Plus 3 kill.
Then I'll finish everything else later.
Shut down.
Now I should definitely be able to fight. Especially if his blocking is for some reason down.
Be careful, middle lane.
Enemy missing right. Magic barrier.
Just wait 10 seconds for this.
Middle lane.
Cancel that. Enemy missing right.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Magic
man. I'm getting greedy, I guess. Why the fuck did I dash the wave? I wanted to clear fast and then evade blue. Didn't really expect there to be a Thor as well. Unfortunate. Could have maybe beached, but
Be careful.
that was pretty silly of Morgan. I don't know who the Thor is, but he's playing quite well. At least in the few times I've seen him. I wouldn't say that his build is particularly good though.
Your right tower is under attack.
He kind of does not have a whole lot of cooldown with that build.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy missing right. I'm just getting warmed up.
I do think this game would be much easier for me once I'm not in front of the Bellona the whole time. It's just the best anti-auto attacker in the game. It's the one fucking thing this aspect does.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Still got a pretty big XP lead at least.
Set up an ambush here.
Magic barrier.
Enemies in the right jungle. Be
On my
careful,
way.
middle.
Magic barrier. Magic barrier.
An ally has been slain.
Healing charms on
Yep,
hand.
still can fight her, I guess.
Magic barrier.
Rampage. Enemies at the cold fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold
Tragic.
Fury.
Magic barrier.
On my way.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Well,
Retreat middle lane.
that was such a bad transform, man. Why would you do Thor and not just bots or anything with an instant stun?
An enemy has been slain.
I'm the greatest.
That's super awkward. Like Thor ulting right in front of the tower is super awkward.
Magic barrier.
Attack middle lane. Gank middle lane.
Magic barrier. Enemies incoming.
Has been slain.
It's not really worth it.
An enemy has been slain. Double.
We got Sol, never mind. Now it's worth it.
Enemies on my way.
Probably do Void Shield last, but I'm gonna be so squishy against Saul.
Double kill.
Okay, well. I haven't even looked. Do we have any issues? Believe we're not doing too hard there.
An enemy has been slain.
I guess that's about it so far. He is playing Rama though. I mean, he's playing the shittiest god in the game at the moment. Can't blame him too hard for doing badly. I can only blame him for picking it. Happy partner anniversary. This is for me? Can you see that somewhere? I didn't even know that was a thing.
The
No
enemy
clue.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Attack the Gold Fury.
No, pre-road message. What? Fuck. That's weird.
I'm just getting
Instantly fired by the cheap viewers. Classic. Well, gonna have to wait removing that.
magic barrier.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury. Rupa,
Magic barrier.
on my way.
Enemy missing right.
Gink.
On my way.
Attack the Gold Fury. On my way.
Attack the Gold Fury. Magic barrier. Long enough.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Enemy ultimate down. Protects me.
Dude, there's no way, man. Valerian, wake the fuck up, man. Stop dying. We need you alive. We don't care about the soul. In that case, well, I was looking for a plug, but he plugged the Thor and he beats. That was a bit unfortunate. We did go too deep, actually. We needed to do objectives, you know. Yeah, let's just do objectives. We have such a good comp for objectives, actually. We should just do that.
An ally has been
And we should stop dying to the soul too, because she is starting to hurt a lot. We gotta be more careful. She's going so much cooldown too. Wild. Embrace done.
Towards the fire giant.
I mean, they could just be in fire. Do we know where they are? Oh, okay, they're not. Yes, they are.
Enemies in the fire giant. Magic barrier.
team has destroyed the fire. Killing spree. Shut down. You have been slain.
I was together.
Retreat.
Can we just group? Stop typing.
Good guess.
Your right tower is under attack. Your
Our
right
vision has been
tower
pretty terrible in this game, I feel like.
Completed.
If we group as 5, I don't see how we lose, man. They have such a bad comm outside of just, like, Saul. It's just Saul. That being said, we also have a Morrigan that keeps turning into Thor.
Your Titan is under attack.
Which is like the worst fucking things you can turn into in this game. Like, literally turn into anything else. I think we'll have lost. Damn. Well, that feels really fucking tragic.
Defeat.
I probably shouldn't have gone Nemi in this game. I should have gone Void Shield instead. Yeah, I don't know what to do there. I don't think you can do much as Rama. He's just absolutely disgustingly bad. He's such a terrible god at the moment. And I mean, they have such an anti-auto attack comp. Like, both you and me is gonna have a really hard time with Bologna on it. Not to mention, like, in these fights, like, I don't blame Morrigan for turning into Thor early on, but motherfucker, we need your damage so badly in these team fights, you can't be turning into Thor. I don't know what you turned into in the last fight, but we definitely lacked some big burst. Don't know what I should do. Yeah, I think we played it bad. What we should have done was not go into their speed and just go back and do objectives. We had Rama, Amma. We have insanely good objective. If they come in with fight with Bat Sobek, it's just. Yeah. I hate this position as solo because like in this case I was straight up counterpicked and I can't do anything about that outside of just I shouldn't have fought her early. I died early, which I definitely shouldn't have, but it's a situation where I can't fight back, so I need to just sit in my tower and farm. And I stayed ahead for the most part, partly because of bots ganking. But fuck me, man. No, it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't matter what I play. I feel like I always get counterpicked these days. It happens so often for me. Like if I pick Modred, I'm gonna meet fucking Nuwa or some shit. I'm gonna have to sit in my tower the whole time because I can't fight into Nuwa either. It's just super boring. Almost every game, I feel like I get really counterpicked. So I do understand like how you feel about it. It just sucks sometimes. Sometimes it feels like it sucks more than not. Yeah, I mean, Sol is just a ticking time bomb. Once she gets like 3 or 4 items online, she just fucking hurts to an unreal extent, and that's just too much stuff to ban. I think Smite 2 is in its worst balancing stage ever. It's terrible. There is so many broken things that, like, half of the gods are just broken, and the other ones are unplayable. It's really fucking weird. I think I might just have to try hard super hard and always just pick something that goes into anything. Like go Chak or Hades or like Morrigan every fucking game and just hope my team doesn't feed. That's about it. And hope I get late game, then maybe I can do something. But even in this game, like Amma is obviously good. Amma is very, very good. She is super broken. Unless you go into specifically Bologna, then you're gonna have a tough time. So that is a bit unfortunate. But Bologna is the one thing that I could meet here. I'm just gonna ban the fucking Amma. Yeah, you can try and compromise a bit. Like I do have fun playing something like Hades, but I've just played it too much. I'm banning this shit. I also think people heavily over-prioritize the Aladdin ban. I think there's actually more broken stuff than Aladdin right now. Unless, obviously, he's super broken late game, but so is fucking Saul, so is fucking Amma. Like, so much shit that is just on that level right now. The only reason why people feel Aladdin is worse is because they aren't as used to dealing with it. Like, Aladdin is definitely OP late game, but fuck me, man. There's so much other shit that is just way more broken. Do I ban bots for Fenrir, though? I'll ban the bots. I assume they're picking Aladdin here, and if they do that, I'm just gonna pick Fenrir probably. Herc. I guess I'm going Aladdin then.
Select your god.
I'll take that trade. Even if Herc might shit on, well, either me or a potentially other jungler. They could play Fenrir though, which is pretty good into Herc. I do think though, lately I have been focusing too hard on just winning instead of just having fun, which is partly why I haven't streamed as much, I think. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. I am pretty tired of the current gods. Solo meta hasn't changed in quite a while, and I am pretty tired of that. But besides from that, it's also just that, as it stands right now, I don't know, you feel very locked, even if you want to play something different, you feel very locked to having to try hard, because otherwise you're just going to get shit on. That's just things that are so dominant. Like, I don't even think Aladdin solo is that good. I'm picking it purely because it is obviously broken if you get late game, and I mean, it's just super fun. I pick him purely for the fun factor. I don't think his laning is that good. You can clear the wave very, very well, but you can't fight. You can barely fight anything early on. He's terrible fighting into most solos. And if I'm meeting Herc here, or even the Achilles, I can't fight them. It's gonna be borderline impossible for me to fight into them. Because they not only have sustain on me, they're more tanky, they do more ability-based damage. It ain't happening. Granted, I haven't tried a strength Aladdin build, but I still don't think it's as good. Maybe it's better early. It probably is better early, but I think it's way worse late. Going full Ind is just way better for late game, and I think it's just worth it. I'm just gonna have to try and farm. I do feel like all the games that I've been winning lately is just me kind of getting carried by my team, where they win the early on and I'm just kind of sitting in solo. It's been worse than ever lately. It's been really hard to enjoy solo. Like, the games I lose, maybe I get really fed in my lane, but I still just end up losing because it doesn't fucking matter. My team is just losing too much. Or it's the other way around, where my team just kills my whole enemy team and I'm just sitting there in like a 0-0-0 score, just kind of holding lane. And I just win like that, and it's just so boring. Because late game happens so rarely, where you just even. There's not a lot of even games in the current meta. Everything is just so powerful that they just snowball out of control.
A little something extra, just in case the genie is busy.
Anyway, that's enough dooming for now. Hello, Horik. I also don't know what the next few gods are. I know Artemis is the next one. I'm pretty sure. Artemis is next. And I think they showed some stuff today, actually. Maybe I should actually take a look at that. But I know they showed Artemis. They showed other stuff too. Awilix, yeah. People said she has a new model or something like that, like a remodel. Okay, I really want to take a look at that actually. But essentially, what I'm trying to get to the point here is that my interest in the gods that I like aren't gonna be there for a little while. So I don't really know how that's gonna go for me. The meta really needs to change, or some really cool aspect for something's gonna come out, or something, man. Because solo is so... it's just been the same for a while now. Like, the last one, I mean, maybe it's a bit weird to say, but like, obviously we just got Achilles today. But Achilles is so fucking boring. He is probably my least played warrior overall. He's wildly boring to me. ZK soon. Yeah, I guess King Arthur is probably going to be the next, like, warrior type character. We're just gonna slap each other here? What are we doing? Lost the pot for that trade, but I'll take it. It's a good trade.
To me. Pummel them, Genie.
Stand power. Kill him, Genie. When do you use the cash wish? Just whenever you need it, I guess. Like, I often do it for my first item, because very rarely in solo do you finish your first item on your first back, but on Aladdin you often can. So I usually do it for that. I use it to just finish items when I'm like, ah shit, I need like 100 gold. Oh yeah, there you go. You have the wish. So, not at any specific time necessarily, just whenever you feel like you need a little bit of gold to finish something. At least that's how I... Dude! Oh, that is fucking tragic. Well, I might fucking be dead.
Okay.
Dude, that's so nasty, man. What nasty jungler stuff is that? Well, that's gonna fuck my early.
Record.
Disgusting. Well, I don't think I'm finishing my Book of Thoth on my first back this one. And this one. Unless I somehow end up staying.
To me.
Enemy missing.
At least the Aladdin is pretty hard to zone.
Your left tower is under attack.
You know, I am greedy enough to stick around. Fuck it.
First blood.
Not worth it, not worth it. Okay, never mind, I guess.
Problem.
Yeah, I'll have enough. So yeah, that's pretty much just it. I want to make sure that I get something good when I eventually use the money. I'm actually ahead in gold. Why am I ahead in gold? Oh, on Achilles. Maybe it was zoning early? I have no idea. Yeah, that must be it actually.
Okay, way well down.
I'm feeling some stuttering for some reason. I've noticed this happening a few times, but my FPS looks fine. Still says I'm at like between 100 and 120. I should not be having any frames, but it feels like some slight stuttering, I guess. Surely Herg is not here again, right? Good. Whoops. Sometimes it doesn't want to cancel. I don't know why. It's a bit noticeable in stream too. Yeah, I do apologize. Sometimes it does it. I don't know why. It's very noticeable to me. It really bothers my eyes.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Ah, that doesn't look like a good fight to TP to.
Enemy spotted.
Oracle.
Okay.
Record. Let's go.
Your right tower is under attack.
What? He just flew around. There's a little orb because Gabriel went out. Also, what the fuck? Oh, there's a statue here. Fucking invisible statue.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thank you, Jordan, for the mature message. Not premature. I guess just not your own message. The automated message. There we go.
Your middle tower
See, now the stuttering is completely gone for me. It's weird. I don't know why. It just does it sometimes and then it goes away. Is it gone for you guys too? Because now I'm not noticing it anymore. Maybe a slight bit actually. But it's happening in lane more. Huh. Weird. Maybe I need to take down some settings? Like, I don't get it. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well, Jordan. How are you doing? I don't want to back yet. Let's see if I could just make him do my stuff. Well, his stuff, I guess. Kill the wave so that I'm not getting zoned. That'd be nice.
To me, Genie. Enemy spotted.
That is in fact too bad, because I don't think I'm getting there in time. I want to finish this.
Your right tower
I'll take the
is
trade.
under attack.
On my way.
Huh?
Your
What?
middle tower is under
Why didn't it go off the first time? They should be able to defend this. Maybe we can pick up some kills if they don't.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
No, they're running away.
Killing spree.
No ult on Chigua.
I'm out.
Don't.
I must slip away quickly.
Shut down.
My bad, Vexel. The new friend list isn't great. Like, it doesn't remind me that I have pending invites. And if it does, it's just because I might have more than one, and I just kind of filter it out. But people that send me invites that, you know, are actually people that I play with, then yeah, sure. I don't want to accept just everyone, but if I do play with you in rank, just let me know if I haven't accepted your friend request. I just keep forgetting about it. Yeah, but Aaron kind of smacked one of my games, but you know, it is what it is. I played like shit that game too. I can't blame him. Well, I played alright, but I had a really shitty lane that triggered me a little bit. Playing armor into Bologna is not the most fun thing that I've ever done.
Your right tower
Why is there just one
under
here?
attack.
To me.
Has been slain. The Pyroman has arrived.
didn't flick it fast enough.
Record.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's so tragic. It does have a bit of a slow turn on the ultimate. Like, I don't know how to compare it with. Like, it's not like an Amma 2. You can't flick it very easily, I feel like. I also wanted to aim for the Vulcan, and he was just gone. Couldn't see him anywhere. Got Master today? Nice, man. I'm still going for it. I've been stuck in the same place for literal, like, I don't know, a week or two at this point, I feel like. Might not feel like it's been very long, but it feels like it's been fucking years. It's been stuck in the early 4Ks for so long now. If anyone wants to duo queue that has that we actually like have a good comp with, I guess, like maybe jungler or I guess even support for rotations and stuff, I'm down to fucking duo queue because holy fuck, I need wins. I've been losing a lot lately. It's been tough. It's been real tough. This game's going pretty well for me so far though, but overall not going super well for our team as a whole, but I'm Aladdin, I'm the highest level in the game, so I can't expect much more as Aladdin. He does. Who doesn't juke, man?
Your right tower is under attack.
Korik, if we queue, you gotta promise me to stop tilting our teammates, man. Every time you're in my games and something bad happens, you start going downhill real fast, alright? You're like a snowball. Going downhill. We need some relaxation and some positivity. Otherwise we lose. That's the secret. If you're positive, you win. That's why I haven't been winning lately, because I've been mad. Dude, go away! Do your fucking wave! Damn. I mean, I'm okay with this. Oh, you lost the wave? Oh, go away. Okay. Oh no, the anger got out again.
An ally has been slain.
We're starting to lose some big trades though.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I need to rotate more and help. Instead of just annoy this Achilles.
Bit late, not gonna lie.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Record.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Yeah, bit late on every single rotation.
Rampage. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Your left tower is under
Attack.
attack.
Pummel them.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Save yourself. Then we will strike back.
Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I assume we got gold. Yeah, we did. Never mind. We got gold before her even died. I remember hearing it.
Your middle
What is he
tower
building?
Is under attack.
Maybe I should have checked, because he's squish. This dude is squish.
Power vanish.
Bring it on.
Power deck. Recall. Let's settle this.
Unstoppable. Having an enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Incoming. Enemy missing middle.
Let's do Soul Gem. Get a bit more power on just my one. I do like just poking with the one. It's a lot of fun.
Enemies incoming.
Power deck. To me.
An enemy has been
Ammunition
slain.
left.
An ally has been slain.
Right. To me, Genie.
You have slain an enemy.
No push.
An enemy has been slain.
That's what I would do if my team wasn't losing in mid.
To me. Recall. Power deck. Save yourself. Retreat.
Ah, Medusa is so dead.
An ally has been slain.
It's not a good fight. Like, we don't know where anyone else. Our wards are terrible.
Tokens and tinctures to add to my collection. We need wards.
Aladdin is still very broken, but I do think his brokenness doesn't really kick in. Like, he's strong, but his brokenness doesn't kick in until late game. Like, once you can do that, yeah, I mean, who wants to play against that shit? But I mainly think that the brokenness aspect of him isn't really that insane until you reach this point, you know?
Vulcan beats.
Enemy ultimate down.
It's a 4v5. We need to just force something here.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The enemy team has destroyed the Fire Giant.
Dude, I didn't press my beats first. I thought I pressed my beats, man. That's so tragic. Fuck me, man. My biggest fuck up is there. Why would it be there? But yeah, once again, our wards are terrible. Like, my ward did not spot that in time at all.
Tower is under attack. Your left
No,
tower
fuck it.
has been
It's late, but I'm fucking using it. I don't want to lose too much on this.
Your left tower is under attack.
He had... Of course he did. Why wouldn't he be the one with it? Why wouldn't he... Surely this is good. They were just waiting. That's so funny. Doesn't matter though. We don't have the damage,
Your left tower.
I guess, because we have Medusa on her. So
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
damn it. Am I trying too hard? We need me alive so badly. I can't be trying to risk myself for this. Well, broken and Latin only Uller. I would say that about the even. I like any god that has a CC that can also one shot you in that CC is kind of equally broken, I think. Like look at Agni as an example. He's got a long range stun, but he cannot one shot you during it. Aladdin will kill you in that single knock-up. Uller will kill you in that single axe. That is definitely broken. Like Jingwei can, but it's so much harder to do. I think that's why the balancing is. Dude, this is so What are you doing, man? I think I know why we're losing. What in the actual shit? Like, surely I am not... It doesn't even matter, I guess. I'm losing. I'm tilting, guys. It's been like this for so many days now that I'm losing myself. I legitimately feel like I'm playing alone. If I'm dead, we lose. That's just how it feels at the moment.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'll just have to play the poke game. Throw up my ones as much as I can. Let that be it.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna go in as the first one anymore.
Your right tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
To me! Power them, Jimmy! Ward the fire giant! A little something extra, just in case the genie misses.
Kind of a bad time to back, but no one else has any wards, and we're not going to ward it. Like, we can't give away fire, boys. What the fuck are we doing here? Yep, it's just running around doing fuck all. Come on, man.
To me, genie!
Like, I've done so much damage to them here.
Enemies at the fire!
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Boys, just go in, man. What are we waiting for?
Killing spree.
Like, the amount of damage I'm doing, like, to them with this.
Recall!
You have slain an enemy.
That was just lucky.
Your left Phoenix is
I saw him low,
Your left
but
Phoenix
that was
is
pure luck,
destroyed.
man. I just gotta think I'm wall hacking. Hello, Beefy. No.
To me, genie!
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Recall!
Shut down.
Dude, the turret! Actually fucked by the turret, man. I don't believe it. It's no fucking way, man. Fuck you, Inferno Cannon. Alright. Please get him. Alright, thank God. Great. We have a chance, boys. It's not over yet.
Has arrived.
I think at this point, though, it might only go downhill for me, because Jingwei is also gonna be scarier from now.
Not today.
And I am the only one who can actually kill this Jingwei, outside of maybe Thana. Thana's playing fine too, I don't want to blame him for anything here. But all I really wish is that Geb was more aggressive, and I don't know why he has Jimbo focus. I just can't be the one initiating, but it feels like I need to do that every single time. Otherwise nothing happens. Damn. Oh, that's why I do so much damage to him. He's full physical defense. Ah, shit. That means I'm the only one who can actually kill him. Fuck. Huh.
To me, genie!
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
To me, genie! On my way!
Don't die. I'm on my way.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Okay, that's not the way I want to run.
Shut down. Killing spree.
To me!
We need to chase this.
Right back.
Oh, we don't need to, I suppose.
Goodbye.
Attack the Gold Fury.
need so little for another 3k pot.
To me, Jimmy. A little something extra. Just
Damn,
in case
I should have
the
stayed.
thing gets busy.
Jingwei's there. But maybe she's not alone. Maybe I would just be greedy.
To me.
Ward the fire giant.
To me, Jimmy.
Completed.
On my way.
The enemy team
Ah,
has
that's so
destroyed
tragic.
the fire giant.
Kind of my fault as well. I wanted to defend right, but oh well.
To me, Jimmy.
Yeah, he's real squishy to me.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Stay here.
To me, Jimmy.
Right back. Goodbye.
Recall.
On my way. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yeah, sieging as the Latin is not fun.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
But I mean, one of the issues with them is that one, like they're solo. Oh, careful, Gip. No.
An ally has been slain. Double hits. Rampage. Shut down.
Dagger is fucking useless this late in the game.
Incoming.
No abilities is gonna hit for me more like less than 500. Fucking dead if that happens. Just buying a fuck ton of wards. Like the wards in this case is the same thing with something like Morrigan. Give me vision and I will absolutely look to either poke or look to assassinate someone. Give me the vision I need. Then I will work.
Recall.
The enemy
Damn,
team
how did that
has
not reach?
destroyed the
That actually would have
pyromancer.
killed. Damn.
Follow them.
That's both my wards used on that stuff.
To me, Jimmy.
Where was the Naga? I don't even know.
Follow them.
I don't know where they are.
Defend the gold fury. On my way.
Ultimate is ready. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Watch yourself.
Let's settle this. Some of them
Hit to have slain an enemy. Double kill. Killing spree. Get off of that seat now. Coming through.
I'm dead! Oh, where's my team? Where's the rest of them? Dude. I could have played that any better, I think. How much damage do I need to do for us to win these team fights?
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah, the percentage draw, like, well, it used to be much better on the lamp. It was recently nerfed. And then people were debating, is it worth to keep or not?
Ally has been slain.
The potions count toward it? I assume so. I mean, it does with Rod as well. For some reason, the Rod passive also helps towards like 3k pots. So Rod just is insane once you get 3k pots and stuff online. So it's wild. That's one of the reasons why it just does so much damage.
defend the fire giant.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'm all out of wishes.
Team has
Dude, man, just go in there. I don't know why we're so scared. They literally have one person down, and it's their main tank. Oh, man.
Recall. To me, Genie.
Yeah, that's gonna one shot if I actually hit the way back as well. He was out of range for the way back.
Recall.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
To me.
It's not really worth just on Herc. Okay, I mean, I guess to be expected. They're gonna use everything on me, and we won't do anything about it because my enemy team is half AFK for my allied team. Oh man, how did Gep die? I'm pretty sure I got Herc ulted, Vulcan ulted, and something else ulted. Whatever, and not really much to do in this game. I think it was just lost from the get-go. Oh my god, what is this? Oh no, whatever. I don't want to start being judgmental. I feel like I'm blaming a bit too much here, but I'm so sad losing this game. I couldn't have done anything different, man. Oh yeah, am I queuing with someone? Vex? I also just noticed the pots. There's absolutely no way, man, that we didn't, like, oh, not pots, the wards. My team did not ward enough that game, with how far in we were. Yeah, the thing is, though, getting to 3k pots is a gamble. If you get to that, then, yeah, sure. I mean, keeping the lamp is definitely worth it, but Excuse me. Like the question is, can you even get there? Because you can't really expect to get like 2 or 3k pots, you know. It's pretty far into the game. Usually games do not go that long, I think. Tends to be pretty one-sided. On the bright side, at least I had a really good game for once. I feel like it's been a while since I had like a really big I guess carry game. So that part at least feels kind of good. It does leave a sore taste in my mouth when I lose stuff like that though. Guess home. I don't even know. I feel so I feel so defeated, man. After a game like that, where I feel like I just couldn't have done any more. Like, what the fuck do I play next? Like, what? Like, it's literally just I hope my team does better. That's actually just what it comes down to, or that my team doesn't get diffed. I think mechanically my team that game was fine. It's just we didn't have a good comp. Actually, well, I'll say this: Gep was being way too scared. Gep needed late game. Something you need to realize as a support and a tank in the current meta. If I go solo as well, this is the same thing. When you get to a late game team fight, and no matter what, you pretty much just get one shot because it's unbalanced as fuck. You need to just make sure you get a good initiation and I hope that your team follows up on it. That's literally it, because you will die no matter what. Matchmaking was against you, maybe. I mean, I feel like the team I had weren't bad. Like when I watched them, when I just watched what they were doing, like I didn't see that this is unwinnable. I simply thought I wish they were playing something different, you know. Because like on her is just not as useful as let's say Jingwei. But I will say, okay, maybe I'm spitballing a bit, but like Medusa definitely had a bad build. Medusa absolutely had a bad build. Second highest elo was Diamond 2. I mean, is that so different from me though? I don't even know. I mean, I see what you mean. Like that's still almost like 600 below me, but still. Even so. Like I'm not even that high. Like how is Ragnar? I feel like Ragnar is much higher than me. Like why would he get the better team? Like surely Ragnar, who plays so much, is much higher than me. Oh damn, Rage has fallen a bit. Hey, Twig is up there, damn. I have seen that he came back. Assuming it's the same Twig. Moix. Well, I guess not. Maybe Ragnar isn't as high as I thought. Maybe he's been on a losing streak as well. Can't find him. Maybe I missed it. .7? Okay, yeah, I mean, then it definitely feels unbalanced, yeah. Like, I should have the more balanced out team, right? In that case. But yeah, I mean, as everyone says, the matchmaking feels bad, but like, in terms of SR, it probably fits. It's just that skill levels vary so much in Smite 2, because some people are new and some people are, like, veterans. So there's this weird mix of very, very varying skill levels. So it's not like I don't understand how it works, but it feels pretty bad. Like, with time, it will fix itself, assuming Smite 2 does survive. But right now, in the earlier stages of Smite 2, it definitely feels rough. The thing is, there is a difference between bad matchmaking and simply no other players to match you with. If the player numbers are low and no one else is playing, it will just put you with something that fits. Or like that is able to play, you know? Like every single time, I don't know how long you wait for queues normally. If you wait for a minute and you get a bad queue, then sure, I'll give you that. But if you wait like, let's say 10 minutes, then it will progressively like put you again with people that have lower SR, because that's just how the system works. It will eventually find you a game, it will just be with lower people. So that to make sure that you actually get a game. So I get what you say, but sometimes it just needs to find a game for you, and it ends up being in a bit lower than it's
Select
actually for
your
you,
god.
just because of the, you know, not enough people might be playing at the moment. I don't really know what to play anymore. What do people play? The ones that win. What do winners play? Maybe it's Goobis. Guess I'll do a Goobis. It was the same in Smite 1. Like, it wasn't that different in Smite 1. Problem is just that there were, I guess, a more consistently high-leveled ranked, like, amount of ranked people. You don't really have the same in Smite 2 yet. It will, as I said, it will happen with time, but right now it is rough. It was the exact same thing the early Smite days. It's just that everyone in the early Smite days sucked. No one knew how to play the game yet. And now you have this mix of people that are veterans and people that are new. That's the issue. And some of those are super boosted because either there was the SR bug where you got too much for winning, or it's simply just because they were lucky and had maybe a big win streak, and suddenly they're up beside people who've been playing the game way more than they have. So it sucks. Like, I'm fully on people's side that say that it sucks, but I'm simply trying to put some perspective into it as well. That it's not just because of the matchmaking. There is more things into it than just, as simple as it is to just say fuck matchmaking. While that might be the case, it's not the only case. There's just a lot of minor factors putting into it too. But ultimately it sucks, so I am with you. Well, Kako-chan, at least one of our win streaks will stop here. Or losing streaks, I should say. At least one of us will get a win, is what I'm trying to say. I haven't been on the biggest losing streak, but I have been like losing like 2 or 3 games in a row, and then win one, and then I lose 2 or 3 again. This kind of smells like... I feel like I need beads real badly if we get into team fighting, but Aegis would be so useful in this game. I'm doing it. Start with Soul Gem. I might as well start playing Anubis and Hades only as well, just in preparation for the next patch. Excuse me. I don't know why I got so much air in me now. For the people that don't know, there's a few new mage items coming next patch. Shit like Bancroft. Typhons is getting its actual passive, like from Smite 1. Or maybe it's not the exact same? I kind of forgot what the passive was, but it's getting an actual passive, and it's becoming an actual good item now. So those two items just combined will make something like Hades and Anubis quite good. And they are already quite good. So it will just make them better. Yeah, good luck, Kako. You won last game? Okay, well, I didn't, so
Minions
that's
have
great.
spawned.
I guess. Never mind then, I'll just suffer alone.
Wow.
Like, if I lose this one, I'm pretty sure I go below 4k. That's the lowest I've been in a while. If that happens. Oh. No, so. I'm still stuttering, and I don't know why. It says my FPS is fine. I do not understand. What is your problem, Smite 2? Why do you hate me?
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Maybe I just need to restart my game. If you guys can, remind me after this game that I'm gonna restart, because the stuttering is definitely annoying me a bit. It's not ruining my gameplay, but it does bother my eyes. Let's see if I can zone him off of this. Nope, he's over there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Noah's a bit annoying, but it's gonna be much easier to deal with going into mid game than
Careful.
something like Herc or
Be careful.
Alma or some
Right.
shit like that.
Enemies incoming.
Okay.
Potentially coming left, but I need to chill.
Gank.
First blood.
I help those who do their best. Enemy missing right. Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, even if I say that, it might be fine. It's gonna be really boring. Whatever. I'll just focus on trying to farm then. Or I could try and zone. That's also a possibility. Yeah. My abilities did not want to go off there.
You have slain an enemy.
Cancel that.
Okay.
Let's see if I can solo invade it then. Jungler is mid. I should actually be fine. The new one might show up again. Safe.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
These fucking screaming gummy bears. Go away. Such a funny skin.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go for a bit of a different build than I usually do. Yeah, at least you can just power. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it's not terrible. It's just boring. That's about it. Like I'm not gonna get shit on in this lane. I can just super farm, and maybe sometimes I can try and go for some kill potential, just because it's new and she probably won't try to fight me much. Like he is actually just sitting in tower, even when nothing is happening. That's crazy. This dude picked Nuwa and had one job, and he's doing it perfectly. He's gonna sit in that tower like his life depends on it. Which you could say that it does.
Wherever there are gods in need.
Fuck man, I'm not hitting my one enough. Or my fucking rep. I have a good feeling about this game though. Like as Anubis into a Bellona jungle and a like Anua, like who's gonna go on me? Like Medusa's definitely gonna kill me if she dashes. But like a so big plug, I feel like it's kind of the only thing that's really scary for me in this game until we hit full late game with older access and stuff.
Enemy missing right. Be careful.
Like this should be a nice game for me.
Be careful. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain.
You are as wise as you are strong.
And so far, it's going pretty decent around mid too, so just nice and relieving.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Illuminating.
Or be pumping too.
Out of mana. Light up my world.
You are as wise as you are strong.
I love that Nuwa skin though. I really do. For multiple reasons.
Your right tower is under attack.
But honestly, mostly for the screaming minions. Why are you here?
Enemy spotted. Time to fight again.
Be careful left.
Man. One take away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I should have waited until he plugged and just immune it.
Free.
I actually have no chance of dying there. I still have my Aegis too. Yeah, I should have baited more.
Attack. Goodbye. Curses. Gank.
Malbec. Hello, Felly.
Thanks.
Script Spear.
Curses.
Yeah, I mean, farming and sitting in tower is definitely Nua 101, but like when I play Nua, I like to try and be more aggressive, because she is pretty decent at being aggressive, especially if you're building Lifebinder on her.
Your left tower is under attack.
But this guy is obviously not doing that. Am I just gonna zone? I don't want to do this though, it's so boring, but... What am I thinking? I can't even do that, it's Nua. What am I then thinking? Probably could do it a little bit.
Your right tower is
I
under
think she's gonna get denied at least like 1 or 2 creeps.
slain an enemy. Double kill.
Down.
Killing spree.
Bellona is so far behind. I don't see us losing this in any way.
Enemy spotted.
Pyro.
Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't even know what I'm trying, honestly.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing.
On my way. Slain an enemy. An ally has
I really
been
am
slain.
bad at hitting with the wrap at the moment. I haven't played Anubis in a while. I forget how slow it feels in Smite 2.
I shall make it painful.
Damn.
Enemy has been slain.
Such... This dude's rushed so weird. I mean, it's really good on Nua, I get it, but
Attack left
that's a little too early for an item that scales with your int. Random ass duo rotation. Maybe I can kill Nuwa on the way back. Not that long left on my ult. Requires me to hit the rep though.
Okay. Enemy spotted.
Careful. Group up.
And I missed it. I even missed my 3. Or placed it badly.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Follow me. An ally has been slain. Okay. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Ult's back. Never mind. That's a joke.
Retreat! You have slain an enemy. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Don't think I'm getting this tower, but I might as well. When the 2 people who can stop me are dead. And I'm pretty sure I can kill both of them. Might need to wait for my ult though.
Break your mouth. Missing. Retreat middle lane.
Damn it! One day I will hit a rap.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm getting this tower now. If it's the last thing that I do.
Enemy ultimate down. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
She can see the Capri passive, buddy.
Okay. Goodbye. Okay.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Level 20 at 18 minutes. With 4k gold, I got it back.
I shall meet
What do I build though? Is Soul Reaver actually good on Anubis? I guess I'll find out. I haven't done it before. Don't see why not. You can still do some decent poke, but I feel like most of the time you're just all in.
enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
The Goopus.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy.
Damn, I wish Ra didn't snipe, man. He kind of gave away my position that I had to go in. Well, I felt like I had to go in. I want to wait. Wanted her to get a bit lower, I just get her for free and see if I could snag Uber. Because we need to deal with Uber.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Dude, I actually cannot hit my rep. Why is it so hard for me? I don't understand why it's so hard for me to hit it.
Giant. Attack fire giant.
I hit it.
Double kill.
Attack the fire giant.
Finally, a rep was hit. Progress.
Completed. Retreat.
On Medusa, I don't blame me. It's hard to hit Medusa. She's different.
Enemy spotted.
Blink. Blink. Real.
Enemy spotted.
Man, I just got out of base. That's fine, she doesn't do any damage.
An enemy has been slain.
With his playstyle, he really should just go Book of Thoth. I mean, you always should, but he's set in tower anyway.
Under
Middle
attack.
lane.
Not going for a stacking item feels weird. Well, that's what you're going to do anyway.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Curses.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Kind of tragic that I aegis at the same time as I got Kipri ulted.
Retreat. Save you from me.
An enemy has been slain.
Be right back. Have fun.
Attack the gold fury.
I'm using Ra's bait. Someone go kill him. Go look for him. Prey found. Well,
Your team has destroyed.
why she
the
always has
gold
something up,
turret.
man?
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Attack right lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Retreat.
This is weird. I don't want to be this deep anymore. Just gotta do objectives.
Attack, fire giant! Yes.
Be careful.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Attack middle lane.
Attack the fire giant!
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
What the fuck is that?
Under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Wherever there are gods in need, I'll be there. Enemies return to base.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. An ally has been slain.
Just end it. End it. Before it's too late. I win, boys. I win. It happened. Vamos. Hate junglers. Understandable. I also hate junglers when they're against me and they're sitting on my ass. Yeah, Rorik, what happened to you in that lane is what I kind of have been saying a few times. Is that only trust yourself in ranked, because you can't listen to some random person saying attack. You can't, man. I've done that shit so many times, and that's how I at this point how to have this lesson. I play selfishly for the most part in ranked, and the few times I do, I get mad at myself for even listening. You gotta be so selfish in ranked when you know that's a bad call. Just don't do it, man. Listen to the inner voice in your head that says that's a terrible idea. Was not expecting what you did. What did she do? Oh, you will dash into two people in tower? Damn. Yeah, that's I see, yeah. That's a bit of an Athena problem that can happen, I suppose. He was a little too confident in that Athena ult, maybe. I like the spirit, though. Actually, where am I now? I don't even know. Yeah, I guess I was below 4K, actually, before this game. Damn. It's either that or I got nothing for this game. Which might also be the case. Let's see. Hasn't updated on tracker yet. Can't tell. I can probably spend all my shit there. No, things are too expensive. Right. Before I forget, let's see. It's only you two. That's fine. Sometimes people also name change. I do not know who this is. If these are even... yeah, playing Smite right now. Snek is playing? Who is Snek? What the fuck is Snek? Sometimes people name change and I do not know who they are. That becomes a problem. It's too easy to name change with Steam now. Ooh, first pick. That's nice, actually. Yeah, I'll ban armor. I really don't want to play it. Let's ban Herc as well. Maybe we should have banned Saul. Ooh. Actually, I like that ban. Thank you. That makes my life much easier as a Latin. Don't think Saul is ban worthy. I think she is, because so many people aren't great at dealing with it. That's my main problem. It's the same reason why I ban Hercules. Like, Hercules also is not that hard to deal with. But in ranked he is. So I ban him in ranked. Same reason why I would ban Saul. I think she is, like Hercules, too easy to play for just like an average player. Like, I would kind of ban Chalk for the same reason, but people don't really play Chalk at the moment. I would ban Hades for the same reason, but people also don't really play that every game, so it's that type of same mindset. Please pick something. No, my Aladdin! Why, teammate? Why, teammate number 3? Would you betray me like that? Yeah, Sopik as well. Like, I think there's just so much stuff to ban at the moment. Like, Anubis as well. Anubis is also one of the big ones that anyone I feel like can pretty much play, as long as you have a decent amount of items online. There you go. Now you're gonna do damage. Practically unmissable with the one. I mean, same thing with the ultimate. All you gotta do is aim a bit. So, there's just so many. Yeah, Afro, yeah, so on and so on and so on, you know. It's an endless list of easy gods to play in Smite 2. They don't require that much skill, and they're just super powerful. I mean, this is just a repeat where I'm not first pick anymore. But you know what? I'm gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna leave shit open. Except for Amma, though. I'm not leaving that shit open. Maybe not bots either. But I will pick that soul for myself, if it's open. Bot ban. Kind of nasty. But also, I'm okay with that. What did they pick? I don't know.
Your god.
Let's see. Wait. I don't know what they picked. Cupid? Oh yeah, I could not see this shit. I could not see it. Okay. Cupid. Kind of annoying, I guess, as a Latin, actually. Cupid is probably one of the better hunters into him. Still though. As long as I get the knock up when I land, I should still be able to kill him. Damn, we got a real good comp with this, boys. I like it. Give me a frontline that has some kind of initiate. That's all I want to see here. Give it to me. You know, if it has to be a backline mage, sure. At least this ult can be used for something like that. But Caps and Cupid might be, yeah. Definitely might be. I don't know who else it would be. But that's the thing. I'm against either Gep or Athena, which is also really weird. As a Latin, that's gonna be just fine by me. I have not dealt with Athena in a long time. It could be a bit annoying as a Latin, I guess. If she's going full damage, that is. It is in fact not. Caps. Good for us. That means it could actually be a Izanami solo. That would probably be the most annoying thing. Because then it could be an Athena jungle, Morgan mid, and Cupid ADC. I think that's worst case scenario for me. Mostly because she will pressure me early. Definitely a beats game. Dude, I got Aladdin twice today. What a great day. Maybe I can win this one. Here's hoping. I feel you though, Horik. I actually super do not enjoy playing ADC in Smite 2. It is insane. But we'll see once Apollo comes out. Obviously, I'm gonna try and pick him for solo, but if I do get ADC, I will pick Apollo. Probably. I have enjoyed ADC more since Ullr came out, I'll say that much. I think I just haven't enjoyed a lot of the ADCs currently. Like, Onher is one of my favorite ADCs in Smite 1, but he feels still terrible in Smite 2. I hate how he feels in Smite 2. So while I still enjoy playing him, he just doesn't feel as good. He's still the only god I will say feels worse than Smite 1 now. Even Bologna, who felt terrible in the beginning, feels really good now. It's still just Honor. And I hate it, because I love Honor so much. It's Morrigan. Not the worst. Not the worst.
To me, Genie.
Damn.
Minions have spawned.
To me.
Damn it. I'm trying to hit the bag, but it keeps moving. I got a pot out of her though. I mean, I'll fucking take it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, hold on.
To me. Thanks. Genie was impressed.
I'll just do blue, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Even if he hadn't gotten it, I would have been able to pick it up, that kill. But I prefer him getting it. Get that Achilles rolling. While he's useful early on. It's not a god you won't fall behind.
An enemy has been slain.
To me.
Did you do these? Did. Damn.
To me.
think this lane is just gonna end up stalemating. Because I need to be very careful that she doesn't turn into something. Like, I can't fight her if she stays into, like, Cupid at level 5 and I ult her or some shit. It's not gonna be a good time for me. She's probably gonna hit 5 on this, potentially. So I need to be careful. Nope, she did not.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I just gotta make a rule for myself that I do not fight her until her ult is down. If I can somehow bait out the ult, that'll be perfect. But we'll see.
Enemy missing right.
Well, I got baited.
A problem. An ally has been slain.
Oh, that's really cooked.
An ally has been slain.
Wherever there are gods in need, I'll be there.
You have slain an enemy.
Nice work.
Record.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Yeah, we kind of fucked that one up a bit. But I'm glad I was able to pick her up after that.
Record.
But that's also the thing. If her ult is down, she's not a big threat to me. Just yet, at least. Once her 2-star's poking me a lot more, it might be, but... Right now, I'm mainly scared of her ultimate, which should be done for quite a while now. At least like 60 more seconds.
Record.
Killing spree.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wherever there are gods in need, I'll be there.
An enemy has been slain.
Turn and fight.
Damn it, man, they're both so low.
Okay.
That's sad. At least I still got my TP up, but... Yeah. I gotta be way more careful jumping. I just fucking told myself, it's not even just Morrigan, it's the Athena ult too. I gotta be more careful of. I would have taken them one by, like, one-on-ones. But... They split themselves pretty well. I wasn't able to focus one of them.
To me, Jimmy. Enemy missing left. Right. missing left. Cancel that. To me, Jimmy.
What is she building? That is Lifebinder, damn it. Yeah, I can't fight her because of that. That shit ain't happening. Fucking Lifebinder.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Enemy missing left. Recall.
It's annoying for the early game, but it's good for late game, because that just means it's not going to be a full damage Morrigan just yet. Not at all, actually. It's just going to go defense. Physical defense, too, of all things. Like, what is that? Glad shield? I'm always so bad with the components of items.
An ally has been slain.
Recall.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been
It's really not looking good around mid at the moment.
Your right tower is under attack.
Defend the Gold Fury!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
To me.
Gang!
Rampage.
I say this guy isn't stupid. Can't just proxy without him realizing it. You caught me. That's so unfortunate, man. I need to just listen to myself when I tell myself just not do anything. Just sit on the tower. I can't get 1v1, man. I need to stop that. What is that? Now he has 2 levels on me? Holy shit. How? How did a single kill give him that much?
Been here long enough.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thank you, Lucky Dan. Even though I think, well, I know what it says, but that is not a language that I understand. I don't know why they gave like automated messages for that stuff. That seems so weird to me.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
But I guess it's my partner anniversary or some shit.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's Norwegian. Yeah. I mean, I understand a bit of it, because I mean, I'm Danish, so
An ally has been
it's not
slain.
completely foreign to me.
To me, Jimmy.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Shut down.
Goodbye.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Pummel them.
Looks like Horik needs to do the same thing as me. Just sit the fuck back and not try to fight their opponent, because apparently we just gonna get 1v1. We have the late game. We do not have the early game. It is a tragic sight for both of us right now.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing. To me, Jimmy. Enemy ultimate down.
Yes.
Enemy missing.
That is the Athena jungle, okay. I wasn't sure.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Incoming middle. Retreat. Retreat.
Dude, what is Hekate's pathing? Dude's level 8 running around.
Your left tower is under attack.
Should catch up eventually. No. I'm actually the shittiest. Dude, I can't believe I just did that. Dude.
Tower is under attack.
You know, maybe it's just time for me to go to bed.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
There's no way I did that. I thought my one was gonna kill, and then it didn't kill. Then I got stupid and greedy.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Horg is getting roasted over there with no help either. It's just cooked. Everyone is actually just getting shit on.
Wherever there are gods in need.
Dude, Saul seems so confused as well. What is happening? Oh no. I can't play Aladdin in these games, partly because I'm ass. The other reason is because he takes so long to get online for me to actually carry the games.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Like, I can't kill this. She's so tanky. Let's just forget that had ever happened. Alright guys, deal? We don't need to talk about that, because that was absolutely the shittiest thing I've done in a long time. Like, as long as I'm playing Aladdin, I don't want to surrender. I'm just gonna stop playing like an idiot and actually go for kills that I think I can go for. And not fuck them up this time. I can kill Cupid. I'll see if I can try and kill Cupid. Never mind, he's dead. I'll shut the fuck up. I'll just farm. That sounds like a good plan.
An ally has been slain.
Save yourself! Retreat, right lane!
Quiet.
No!
Record. Record. Enemy missing left.
An ally has been slain.
Record.
I heard the rock open. I kind of want to rock max, but I don't think I'm getting that chance.
On my way.
Killing spree.
So he's an army here.
Feel my anguish.
No, there's a Cupid here too. Oh man! You're kidding me! I was out! If it wasn't for that. Unless Geb just killed me. Maybe Geb might have just killed me. It wasn't even the Cupid. That went perfect too, inside of the fucking lamp. Never mind, I guess. It honestly would be fine if... What the fuck is this? This dude has never played support in his life. Why is he in this game? Oh. At least it presses his abilities, I guess, but he seems so confused. he's dead.
An ally has been slain.
Oh. Oh, he missed this too.
Has been slain. Your left tower has been destroyed.
What do I build? I kind of forgot. What did I go before? I think I went Soul Gem here.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't worry, guys. I'll pick this up. I'll pick it back up. Not a fire
Enemy
giant.
team has destroyed the fire giant.
It's looking a bit grim. Auric, if you can hear me, just keep pushing right. Unless you see someone there, then obviously back. But
The enemy team has destroyed
you and
the
me need to
fire
split push. We just gotta split push the fuck out of this game. Make sure they can't just push waves and push towers. We can't stop them forever, but we'll be able to at least delay them enough for us to catch up in some way.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel. Your team has destroyed a right wing tower.
Stop. Help middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
We don't want to get Phoenix. Oh, okay, dude.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Slain an enemy. Your Titan is under attack.
I'm kind of hoping more of our teammates were gonna go back in there, but I guess my bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Because I need to just stay alive.
An ally has been slain.
Get the wave. Ah, she's dead. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think we win this no matter what, unfortunately. I think every lane is just too far behind at this point, and even getting outskilled. Specifically looking in the support and the mid angle. Like, some of these games are just straight up unwinnable. I will say though, I definitely could have played this game better. I definitely could have. In lane specifically against the Morrigan. But that's just tragic. I don't know what to do about stuff like that. I do think sometimes maybe I should just go mid instead of solo in some of these games. I think that would make it easier to carry. So I'm actually going to do that. Horik, I'm going to mainly queue for mid now and solo second. Because that might just make our lives much easier. It's hard against Mori solo. It is, but if you saw what I did... I don't know if you did, but I probably made the worst play of my fucking life in this game. It was that bad. I should have had 1000% a kill, but instead I dived the tower and I simply just died in the dumbest way I have ever done. So, you do not need to go back and look at it. But I wish I could just remove it from the VOD, because it was that bad. Wish I could remove it from my memory. I understand. Oh yeah, 100% this game would have been lost. That's also why it doesn't bother me that much. Yeah, I saw the Hecate, and well, I mean, the soul was just as confused. It was not just Hecate. I mentioned it a few times as well. I do not understand what was happening there. Alright, good luck, Nate. Yeah, that game was just cooked. There was nothing to do there. How much did I lose for that? I have no idea. Did I gain something? Wait. No, we won a game, right? Yeah, we won another game, I think. No, we didn't. What? Did I gain something then? I'm confused. Didn't I have much lower than I am now? Or at like 7 lower? Huh? I'm pretty sure I was at 4,045, right? Are you crazy? Maybe it was just a visual glitch? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Lost 70? Yeah, I mean, I imagine I lost the same. It's just been maybe a visual glitch on my end somewhere. Like, obviously I lost something for that. Surely. Okay. Well, if I'm mid, I mean, I can still play Aladdin, so I'm actually okay with that. I can control things a bit better around mid. But this will mean that I'm banning... You know, I'm just banning the same stuff. I don't want to deal with the same shit. Even if I'm mid. No, my Aladdin! That's fine. I'm still banning the same shit. If you want bots, Warwick, just let me know. I'll get you bots, if he's still up. See, I baited them into banning the bots. Now I get Sol. One day I will still play Yemo solo. You will absolutely never see me play Yemoja in any way, shape, or form. That ain't happening, man. I don't know what world you're waiting for, but it's a fantasy. You're missing out. I've played her enough. And by enough, I mean like 2 or 3 games. That's enough. I don't ever want to play her again. Horik, we need to win. Why are you picking Susano, man? What is this? I'm just kidding, but Susano is still pretty shit. Surely there are better jungle options. Except I kinda banned them. Such as Thanatos, actually. Dude, why are they picking fucking Thanachuk when I'm actually mid? This is actually rigged. Dude, Sopek, Chuck, Thanatos, Neath. Now that I'm a backliner, you pick this? I hate this.
Your soul is mine.
Dude, they have 4 physical. Do I go defense? That would be so annoying if I had to do that, though. But maybe I should. Just one. Surely our tanks will realize this. Yeah, I think Achilles is a better jungler and he's a solo. I don't think he's a good solo at all. I think he's straight up terrible solo. In jungle, he's actually quite decent because you can build full damage, and he actually does pretty decently with that. But he's still kind of weak early late game, I think, because he just has so low mobility. And when you build full damage, you're obviously super easy to kill. This smells like an Aegis game to me, even though they have Sopek. Alright. If we get late game, we 100% win this with me on Sol. I can confirm this. Unless our teammates feed their absolute asses off, then it might be rough, but I am positive that we will win this. Thank you, Hunson, for the partner anniversary. Shout out. It was definitely you typing that one, right? No way that was automated. Also, still this weird stuttering thing. Maybe windowed works? Better? No, it still stutters. I don't know. It's just a Smite 2 problem, I guess. The stuttering just is there sometimes and other times not. Also, Hore, you're gonna be our mid camp, surely, right? Do I get a jungler at mid camps finally? Her too. I guess I should do that for the weave. I suppose I see some sense in that.
Enemy missing.
Okay. Enemies incoming.
Enemy missing middle.
Thanks.
Gank. Cancel that.
Enemy missing middle.
First.
Bad.
Haven't seen Than on the map at all. Dude is still, for us, level 1. He's obviously not actually level 1. But he has not shown himself at all.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Enemy ultimate down.
Unstable mutation.
An enemy has been slain.
Your sins will not go unpunished.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is down.
Retreat.
Attack the minion. Ultimate is down. Impossible.
Not bad.
Your output exceeds expectations.
Be careful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready. Now attack.
Exemplary.
Heavens protect me.
She's a bit high level. I guess I missed the full wave. I'm not sure how much I actually missed. I rotated.
Attack.
Maybe it's because she got the buff as well. Nope. I'll take it though.
An enemy has been slain.
Returning to base.
Yes. Well executed.
I like playing mid. Suddenly I'm all alone and I'm just chilling, farming, doing things.
An enemy has left
Oh
the
great.
Lay off hands alive.
Oh,
again.
that sucks.
Glory among the stars.
I would actually like to play this game out for once, so hopefully I just experienced happiness in Smite. So can we keep it going? Yeah?
As insignificant as a single star in the galaxy. Be right back.
Okay. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Take flight.
An enemy has been slain.
Well executed.
Heavens protect me.
Goodbye.
Expected as much. I mean, do we get anything for
Complete it. Complete it.
For that?
Complete it.
Victory.
like half? Do we get half and they lose nothing? Is that how it works? Yeah, we get half. Okay. I mean, at least we get something. I guess. I'll take a half win. Unsatisfying as that may be. Who else could be fun to try out in around mid? I feel like I just want to play Saul. Like all the other mages I feel like are something that will be harder to carry on than Saul. She's just so powerful, just sitting back and doing a bunch of damage. I might want to play Acne though. I actually kind of feel like playing Acne. We'll see. I could maybe play some Anubis or Hades as well, if I really need to try hard. While I enjoy Zeus as well, I feel like it's much harder to carry with him. If you don't have someone to kind of peel for you a bit. Don't really need opponents that skilled to die on someone like Zeus. They just need to have more than one CC. Because I need to beat the first one, but I can't really do much about the second one. Sorry for being a bit quiet here, I'm just looking at some things. But actually, while I remember, I want to pull up the Titan talk from earlier today. While we wait anyway. Let's see. Let us pick up this one. Because I want to see... Oh, of course the queue pops the second I do that. I want to see the new stuff. But I guess that has to wait. I'll see if this guy actually wants to trade. Maybe I can solo in this one. If not, I will just... Okay. Might be a Hades angle then. Might also just do Sol if she's still open. If this is an Acne jungle, I am tempted to just do something like Mordred, so we actually have some backline killers in some way. Achilles.
Select your god.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that, to be honest. I was gonna play Morgan. Classic. Yeah, Hades would give her ammo. Whatever. I'm doing Mordred. I actually feel like playing Mordred at the moment anyway. And I do like Mordred. Of all things, I do like Mordred into Uller. I think he's one of the better ones at dealing with him as a frontline. Because if he ever gets to catch up, then I'm in a pretty good position to just run him down. As long as I hit my 3, he should just be dead. All his movement speed stuff will just make sure that my 3 does more damage. He definitely, it's Uller, so he obviously has counter potential, but I do actually like the matchup. I just need to avoid the axe.
I have returned.
And this is just another excuse to use the skin. It's a pretty cool skin. I like it a lot. Wait, who the fuck am I against? Surely it's not Vulcan. That'd be boring. Let's do Sunder.
A tonic or a trinket.
It is Hades. Okay, that's good at least, but still, honestly, not a great matchup for me. They have so much magic, which sucks. I just gotta go for the full split defense build that I did last time as well. Definitely a must, I think. I'm definitely going Spirit Rope. They have a lot of like first initiate CCs on their team.
Minions have spawned.
Damn it. Did you even know pots left? It is funny, not a lot of people expect Sunder anymore. So when it actually happens, it's so weird. Damn. Level 2 off of the first wave. It's the dream. Not that it matters though. Can't really do much with it.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I am just gonna have to let him get his stuff, because I cannot risk their jungler showing up and I die, and then I'm gonna be banned.
Retreat! An ally has been slain.
I'm so ass, man. If I just hit my shit, I'll have a much easier time.
Under attack.
Attack!
You have slain an enemy.
This is kind of awkward. I don't think Hades is TP. I'm actually gonna stick around. Just because of that. Because if I don't, then Minotaur is just gonna fuck up my whole wave. Okay. Now I'm in a very good spot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll be so done. This Hades is having a worse time than I did. That what was it? Aladdin game earlier against that Morrigan. Mordred is such a hard god to deal with if you fall behind against him. He's incredibly good at being aggressive. And he just feels kind of on like cheat mode almost when you want to run Life Binder with him. If I lose this game, I'm gonna be real fucking sad. There's no way, man. If I lose this game, I'm gonna lose all sanity. I cannot win my lane any harder than I am right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I might as well just wait for my TP to be back up.
Slain.
I'm just gonna zone him off the wave. There's no mercy today, boys.
Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an enemy.
Enemy missing middle. Left lane.
Gotta refrain, I guess, from actually invading. Maybe I do have Sunder up.
An enemy.
I can probably still fight him. Hades is coming though. Maybe his ult, I'm not really able to fight it. This does smell like a 10-minute surrender, so I'll just keep it up. I'll be ruthless until then. This is probably the biggest lead I've ever had though in Smite 2. And solo specifically.
No problem.
Or anywhere really.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
Yeah, 6 levels ahead and he is level 6. Like, that's the crazy part. Sometimes you see someone being level 20, but you're maybe level 15 or some shit like that. That can happen sometimes if they really pull ahead. But this early in the game, it's really hard to fall this far behind. And he just died on cooldown. It's legitimately surprising they haven't surrendered yet. They've had 15 seconds to do it.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack. To your soul.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing left. An enemy has been slain.
I mean, they haven't surrendered yet, surely. 12 seconds on his blue. Oh, this zone until then.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Just get back to lane. I don't want to miss any XP.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have 5k. Didn't even realize how much gold I had. Why did you get a middle gold cam? Because it's just not as worth it compared to the harpies in the back. Because they give XP and XP is just more worth it than gold. Scrap that. Get the red one as well. I'll take it if I have nothing else to do, but generally I focus on the harpies. It's the same thing with the totem. Like, totem barely does anything early on. After level 15 it's worth it because it powers up the minions, but like it barely does anything this early in the game. I'll let the tower finish up all the minions here as well.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
I do need to start rotating though and help out.
Shut down.
Because we're actually not winning everywhere. Wait, was that him? No, he's over
Your
here.
middle tower is under attack. Has been slain. Slain an enemy. Attack the Gold Fury! Has arrived. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't even know why Hades rotated with me. He should really just stay in lane. If I rotate, he absolutely needs to just try and look for everything he can in my lane. It would be big, obviously, killing me. But the chance of me dying at the moment is just so low with how fed I am. I was hoping it was a bit closer. That's fine. I'll have ult in a second anyway. God damn it.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
How did that not reach?
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been
My heart.
destroyed.
Let's get Metal Discord as well, while I'm at it.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Missing right. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the fire giant.
On my way.
Oh, I heard that jump. That's so bad by me, man. We got gold. Well, actually, okay, we did. Thank God we got fire.
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower has been destroyed. An ally has
Oh man, and then we lose over here too. That sucks.
an enemy has been slain.
Guess I shouldn't have died. That was stupid of me.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
It's just that late gameness getting back in. Like, how much damage? Like, what the fuck, man? How is this fucking me up so easily? He barely has any items. I'm gigantically fed.
Your
It just doesn't make
middle
any
tower
sense.
is under attack.
I misstepped. I didn't think they could kill me so easily. At least if things looked dire, I could easily get out. But they just did way more damage than I expected. Like 207. Maybe actually 20 less, but essentially 200. A bit over less than 200 protection, and they still killed me that easily.
Attack
Your
the
right
gold
tower
fury.
is under attack.
I'd missed some abilities though, which was bad by me.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Double kill.
Done indeed.
Killing spree.
I would have you eternally by my side.
No problem. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right.
We got a group, man. We really do suck at this.
For your soul.
Like, how are we not grouping when we have fire? Or had fire, I guess, on most people.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
There we go. I'm looking at this fucking Vulcan.
Behind us! The Pyroman has
On my
arrived.
way.
An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Dude, everything hurts so much, man. I even practically got a second fucking life. With my fucking heal, man. We're gonna lose this game. I can already feel it.
An enemy has been slain.
What do I build next, though? Probably only hunters, honestly. Or, if they don't have any healing,
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
who keeps dying? Anubis died again somehow. Shit.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your right
What was I
tower
thinking? I
has
lost
been
my train of
destroyed.
thought. Right. If they don't have any anti-healing, they do. Well, never mind then. I was thinking I got Phoenix Feather. But this shit has been super useless every time I've gone for it, because every time the enemy has some kind of anti-healing, I guess that affects it. I think. I'm not really sure, but it definitely feels like it. It's, I just don't feel like using it ever then.
We need wards.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, Vulcan just fucks me up. I can't even get close. And now we're just too poked for fire. This sucks. This is really bad. How does Vulcan actually do so much damage to me? I don't understand. When I play Vulcan, I do no fucking damage to any tanks ever. I guess it's just Reaver. Just purely Reaver damage.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh, I mean, I didn't mention it. Definitely gonna lose this game. Because why wouldn't we? I won lane. That means I lose. Every fucking time.
is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Get back.
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing here, boys? Oh, why are we going in before anyone's even here, man? Why are we just grouping? I don't know why Anubis was right either. And he just ran and died again. What is happening, man? I don't know how to feel about these games. I mean, I literally called it. I could not have won my lane any harder, possibly, in any world, than this game. And I still lost it. Because it doesn't matter. It does not matter, man. It's fucking impossible. uh... Well, no one grouped, and somehow, like, Anubis played... Like, Zephyr is a good player, but this motherfucker sometimes literally went in and insta-died. That was a gigantic problem. Agni was borderline useless. I think that's the main issues. That's kind of what happened, I felt like. Even when I tried to go for picks, we did have a problem by not grouping. I'll admit, I fucked up in a way that was kind of bad. I died. My first death was really stupid when you guys went for fire. I thought I was gonna live. I didn't live. That was stupid of me. But also, are we in queue? We are. Okay. I just can't see it on the scoreboard. But I don't know who Zephyr is. I've seen the name a few times since my 2. Like, he's not like mind-blowingly good or anything like that. But like, I've seen him and he's not bad. Like, his name rings a bell, but that's about it. And usually, if that's the case, they've just been in my games and they've done fine. I have no idea. Because I've seen Zephyr, and then, like, there's obviously Zetir as well, who was the Hades, and then there's so many, like, Z-E-T people type of, like, just C, I guess. Z-E. They all blend together for me. Alright. I'm mid. Dude, I'm not picking you Achilles, man. That god's terrible. I don't want him in my games.
Select your god.
I guess I should have picked Horik the bots, but that's fine. At least on Sol I can actually deal with it. I was kind of hoping he dodged this one. Not gonna lie. I feel like I might have made a mistake by giving them Uller and Butts. I mean, the one couldn't have been avoided, I guess, but I should have picked that Butts for Orc. If that's another on Vulcan again, I might just be done. Fenrir, this is fucking great. It's fucking great. Pick him, Susano. I mean, it is kind of the only thing we won with so far, isn't it? I don't think Susano's particularly good inside a comp, though. I think he's gonna get kind of shafted. Yeah, it's kind of the worst pick in existence at the moment. Like, surely we go Thanatos and just hope for the best. I mean, we picked Rama as well. Like, I don't like that our side laners have these gods. I really don't. Why is it always my team that picks Rama? Rama is dog shit. I think Athena is a double-edged sword here. Because they have a lot of fucking CC, and she hates that stuff. She's really good late game, I think, into the Vulcan and the Uller. But against bots, Fenrir, Sobek, she's gonna have a rough fucking time. Okay, it's another again. I do not know the bots, though. Which is either good or bad. I think Thana deals with CC better because he has something, like he has more burst potential in return. Athena does that late game, but she doesn't really up until like pretty late in the game. Thana has a lot more Terran potential and an ultimate that can get him out much faster than Athena. I also think it helps that he can actually counter bots in that he can silence the two. Because bots, if you interrupt bots too, it actually goes on cooldown. Compared to some other abilities that don't do that. That is pretty big. Dude, I need beats here. I would really fucking like Aegis, but they have so much shit I need to beats. With the jungler, it's Fenrir. Bad for me. I'm not gonna have a good time in mid. I can feel it. Should have banned Fenrir. I do think we're gonna have a pretty decent time if we actually hit late game in this. But like this game will be decided early, I feel like. Unlike my last game.
Minions have spawned.
Minions have spawned. Oh.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Retreat!
That's kind of my bad. Should have gone to red. I don't know why I forgot about that. I don't know if we got it or we lost it, but I assume we lost it. Damn, explode faster. Fucking disperse.
Enemies incoming left. Enemies have returned to base.
I think I can be greedy enough to stick around. Probably.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful.
Your middle
where I'm
tower
missing.
is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. So many megatons.
Oh, it's bot solo, I just realized. Huh.
Enemies in right lane. Hello there. An enemy has been slain.
Makes sense. Didn't really realize it, because... Yeah.
Base middle lane.
I need the jungle ball.
On my way.
Yeah, he's just gonna get cooked.
Has been slain.
Stable mutation.
Your left tower is under attack.
Stable mutation.
Your right tower is under attack.
Loud.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll take it. I mean, it's a great trade for me, honestly. Without ult, I couldn't kill him anyway.
Killing spree.
Enemy missing left.
Double kill.
Nice job.
That is very nice.
Aw, dude, that's so tragic. I got body blocked on that. The fucking turret. Legitimately, that was a kill. I'm fucking dead now. That's so tilting to me. Shouldn't have died, and I should have had a kill. Vulcan's really annoying when you don't have any like mobility, and he throws all the turrets and the thumpers and shit, because they just body block the shit out of you. It's so annoying. And Sol isn't really that great at dealing with it. Obviously I have AoE stuff, but if I use it on something right in front of me, I'm just gonna waste my 2 on that specifically, and then Vulcan just fights back. Rough. Vulcan remains to be annoying, but he's obviously still not that great of a mage compared to some of the others. He's not broken, I guess, is just what I'm saying. He's just alright. Oh, she's super cooked.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, how did that even block it? Pretty sure I didn't aim at it.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming rat.
An ally has been slain.
Retreat.
Surely we fight this. Like, what are we doing?
Your left tower is under attack.
I feel like that would have been a good fight. Dude, okay, these are super glitched. They can't fucking take any fucking damage. What the hell?
Enemy missing.
They can only take auto attack damage. They're fucking immune to ability damage.
An ally has been slain. The pirates have arrived.
Unstable mutation.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, and Ramos just dying on cooldown too. Like, what's even the point? I'm down to surrender. I don't want to play it out. I know we're just gonna lose it. Maybe that's being a doomer at this point, but I am a bit of a doomer right now. Actually, don't actually surrender this. I'm F7ing. We shouldn't. We have good late game. There is a chance.
Cancel that.
Don't surrender. I regret. I'm pretty sure we'll still lose, but I don't want to... Ah, no, we're DC'd. This sucks. Now we will actually just surrender. Because no, he can't press the button. It will auto-surrender. Yeah. Uh, oh, that sucks. I'll do one last. I don't know if Horg lost internet or what happened, but it's unfortunate. Why have 6? Because I don't think we were winning that game. Light died? That sucked, man. That game was doomed. Ram was gonna keep getting killed. Mid and jungle just had too much control. They were just running around as a 3-man group, and we just weren't able to do the same thing. The only small chance of us winning that game is somehow, like, we get late game and me and Horik can carry it, I think. Solo wasn't looking too good either. He was getting invaded and stuff. Like, I just didn't trust those side lanes in this one. They just had a way better comp than we did too. That's also part of it. We had terrible initiate with our comp. Still, I did regret pressing F6, but doesn't change the fact that I'm pretty sure we still would have lost that game. What is this, man? Come on, last dot. I need to change this back. Probably won't happen, though. If this game gets found. Oh. It died. Saved. I'll just go back to solo and hope that I win the 50-50 on teams. I guess. Dude, I'm like an all-time low on Smite 2 right now. These games are really killing it for me. We had the worst trio queue. I mean, were they a trio queue? I guess they were. I mean, that also sucks, man. I fucking hate trio queuing bullshit. It's so boring to deal with. Ugh. Thought it was winnable. I mean, as I said, I do think it was winnable, but it would require so much effort that I'm just not willing to deal with right now. I don't want to end up in like a 1v4 bullshit situation again or some shit. Like, me and Horik would have to carry the shit out of that game to win it, I felt like. And I wasn't willing to just sit and let Rama die on cooldown either. I'm gonna have to deal with a fed Uller coming over later. I couldn't, man. I'm too tired for that shit now. I just couldn't be able to deal with it. Look at the matchmaking, wasn't balanced. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me at this point. I think my first game of the day today, or second or something like that, I was against Ragna. Ragna is like 700 SR higher than me, and I was first pick in my game. It was actually fucking wild. Did you lose 100 for that? I mean, Horik probably might have actually lost a lot more, yeah. I mean, I lost the same, but I'm fucking below 4k now. Dude, I've lost so much, man. It's so fucking boring. Like, I don't play this game to win. I do enjoy playing just even games, but it does get frustrating losing every fucking game. When you aren't able to do anything about it. If I lose and it's my own fault, I'm like, fuck me. My bad, we go again. But the last few games haven't been on me, and it's annoying. Like, most of my games today haven't been on me. Like, I've lost some real fucking shit games, man. I can't believe we lost this one. Only weird games on Sol. This Aladdin game, though, was the worst of them all. Fucking believe we lost this game. But yeah, this was the one. Like I was saying, with Ragnar, he's 700 SR higher than me. Someone said he had like 4700. I'm at 4K, man. How the fuck are we in the same game and I'm first pick? The fact that we're in the same game is fine, but like, how is there 700 SR between the two fucking top picks? That's insane. That is terrible matchmaking. I will agree to that. And somehow his team was still more balanced than mine. It didn't make any sense. Anyway, enough of that. What the fuck, man? Enough dooming. I'll push up my positivity a bit again for this last game. And hope that it goes well. Otherwise, I will go to bed annoyed. I do think we're not helping our case by duo queuing. One shower, that was a lobby, and it's over already? Yes. Yes, it is. We ended up surrendering. Kind of by accident on my part, but yes, we surrendered this one. I'm pretty sure it was losing. Like, Uller started just 1v1. Like, free run is good. And free run was just gonna kill this guy on cooldown. I couldn't be able to deal with that shit either. That's why I originally surrendered. But I kind of regretted it. But then Horik DC'd, and then the surrender went through because he couldn't stop it from happening. So, we ended up surrendering. Duo queue has been okay for me recently. I think duo queue helps a lot more if you actually play together. I think one of the problems when I play with Horik is we don't play together. Like, he obviously ganks lane a few times. I think part of it is solo too. Solo is a bit tough because I'm generally by myself, but when I play a solo, the only thing that really makes sense to duo queue with is a jungler, and then we try to invade and shit like that, right? But we don't really do that, me and Horik. Like, we just kind of still play it as if it's a rank game. Like, we might as well just be on the same team in a normal rank game, like solo queuing. I was the one refusing the vote, I see. So someone else just didn't press it. Fair enough. He would have surrendered no matter what then. That's on me then. Shouldn't have premature surrendered, but even so, I don't think that we would have won it. So I don't feel too bad about it. Who are we against though? Like, I feel we're kind of stacked here. This is one of the few times I recognize everyone on my team. So who are we against then? Also, other than other, are you in chat? Are you listening to my voice? I'll take it as a no.
Select your
Armor,
god.
huh? Is this what fate gives me on this day? In my last time playing this game tonight? Great. I like it. You know what? Maybe I just do the same shit that they did to me. Let's do that. With or without aspect? Like, aspect just seems better in every scenario. Oh, he's streaming? Fair enough. That is fair then. Do I still do Bragg's Harp? I would do it in Fenrir. And it makes sense to do it on Amma because she does have int scaling, but I don't really have any int scaling on Bellona.
Here we go again.
I still don't know if I'm against Herc or Amma. If it's Herc, it's gonna suck. If it's Amma, it should be pretty easy. Okay, if we lose this, I'm actually just gonna kill myself in game, of course. Center. Blink. Blink. Got this one in the back for sure. You just jinxed it. I can't believe we lost now. Fuck, man. It's over. Oh no, the yawning has begun. You know what? Maybe that's a good sign for once. Maybe that means I play for real now. Yeah, I'll make fries out of the Amma. Wait, who am I against? It is Amma, okay. Good. Otherwise it would have just been annoying into Hercules. It's not a particularly fun matchup as Bellona. It's fine, I guess. Like, I think if I'd rather deal with Herc. I think in most cases. Probably even more than Amma when I think about it. Because I'm kind of just picking this pick to deal with the Amma. But it's not like I can kill her.
Minions have spawned.
Where is she, though? She wouldn't proxy an Amma, though. Amma's terrible at proxying. What? What? I'm against the... What? No. Where's Amma? When against the Nubis? This is a terrible matchup. You know, all this happened because of Vexel, 100%. It was jinxed, and just like that, the timeline was changed. Alright, come here, assholes. We're doing this then. Don't blame me. What do you mean? You asked for this. That's fine, I won't blame you. Only if we lose. He does have blue.
That was genius.
We also don't have an ADC. You know what? I don't have a whole lot of confidence because of this. I'm so done, man. I don't want to play anymore. Why did I play this game, man? Why do we have Aladdin ADC? Why am I against Anubis? You know what? Monster Hunter Wilds cannot come soon enough. Once that game comes out, I'm never playing Smite again. That's obviously not true, because I can't stop, but... I'm so annoyed today. Let's just get the timer on this. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I will not lose super hard to Anubis. I knew it. I wasn't gonna lose to Anubis. Watch me die to the Yama here, though. Ooh. Do we have a jungler? Damn, it's another. That's why nothing's happening. I see how it is now. I'm joking, but I'm tired of Zama. Yeah, nice scourge length, bro. Yeah, you saw that? Got real stiff real fast. Alma does have that effect on me.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, dude.
Your right tower
Anubis
is
ult
under
down.
attack.
Well, I guess I'm just as stupid as him. I thought he was closer. You can't blame me for that.
Sorry, Gamehunter, mate. It's a fucking jungle diff.
Been in worse spots. Yes, enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Anubis has no rep.
I have nothing.
Oh, he blinked.
Enemy missing middle. Slain an enemy.
Wasn't even close.
close.
Be careful.
Yeah, he canceled his ult. I guess he didn't think it was gonna, like, he thought he was gonna die. I don't know what happened. Maybe he just panicked.
Killing spree.
Do it.
Bring it on.
I don't have... Fucking hell, man.
An ally has been slain.
Kind of on me, but it was also a bit tough. I was trying to reach. Dude, how is there always... What is happening, man? How is there always people here? I'm going crazy. What is happening? Let me just be alone with the fucking Anubis. Yeah, somebody just went in. It's a Horror special.
An ally has been slain.
Of course my blue is down. Why the fuck wouldn't it be? If it wasn't down, it would be weird, right?
Going down. An ally has been slain. Rampage.
You better back.
An enemy has been slain.
Fucking better back, man.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
No way he caught my dash, man. Okay.
Has arrived.
Is he
Enemies
back?
have returned to base.
Unfortunate. Just waiting for my ult to get back up. Pretty sure I could kill him in just my ult.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy ultimate down. Yeah. Time to get active. You called that, damn it? Hit me.
Blink. Oh, didn't expect the blink, but I probably should have just backed.
An enemy has been slain. I will still haunt your thoughts.
I'm a little tilted, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
You have to hear my ADC in Discord. He's taunted.
I do have very high DPI, at least in spectator for some reason. When I spectate someone else, it's crazy high. For some reason, this is not though. But
The enemy team
Of course
has
he had TP as
destroyed
well.
the pyromancer. An enemy has been slain.
this really is one of the games of all time. I don't know what to do about this game anymore. I feel like I'm playing 1v2 in this lane 24/7. Legitimately 24/7. I did notice you one game, Akio. I even asked in that one specific game. At least someone exactly with your name. And I asked if it was you. Assuming you are the old,
Your right tower
well,
is under attack.
known Akio. If I'm even saying it right. Like, I don't even know what to do about this game, man. Like, why are we all in solo? Get the fuck out of my lane. Allies and enemies included. Yes, of course. Fucking great, man. I'm actually pressing the button. I'm done. I don't want to play anymore.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Like, we just don't ever have anyone nearby. Like, what's happening, man? How am I playing with so many people in my lane this whole game? And it feels like nothing is happening as a result of it. I can't even sit in my tower. I will still die. It's not so much about how... I mean, if how fast you can kill, sure, but like... I don't. This wouldn't change compared to any other meta.
Yeah,
right?
nah, I actually didn't want that shit down. That's fine.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Like, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, I think. It's just, right now, it's just a problem that there's so many people in my lane this whole time. The few times I've had with Anubis just by myself have gone just fine. Except for the one time he dove into my tower.
No worries. Excuse me. Your middle tower is under attack.
Break your mouth!
The pyromancer has arrived.
But like, we've been able to trade somewhat evenly so far.
An ally
Yeah, I mean,
has
it's
been
everywhere we go. Doesn't matter. Ra's losing his lane as well now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now I will definitely lose Trace though. I can't fight him anymore. Today has just been a massive joke.
Your middle
I pick
tower
Amma,
is
I get
under
counterpicked
attack.
by the Bellona. Great. Now I'm unable to play the game throughout the whole laning phase. They pick Amma, I'm assuming it's gonna go solo. Fantastic, I'm picking Bell. It even shows her as solo. And then they probably changed because I picked Bellona. And now it's unplayable for me, because fucking Anubis is broken into anything that can't CC him. Today's a joke.
Enemy ultimate down! CBA, honestly.
fucking god, man. Fucking shit on a dick and call me Charles. My god, I'm pissed. I went graveyard shift. I just don't have anything else to do. It's probably my last game as well anyway, though. I am getting pretty tired. And don't take my random rage too serious. I'm just, you know, the random annoyed thoughts you have. I'm just saying those out loud.
An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
I got it. Blue buff. Under control.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
Where the hell did he go? I would expect him to run to the Achilles. I thought he was going for backcams.
Defend the fire giant.
The enemy
I
team
figure out where
has
they went.
destroyed the fire giant.
I mean, I can't get away from fucking Hercules either, man.
Left enemy tower.
Just gotta rely on the late game Aladdin to do all the work.
Has been slain. Shut down.
I'll be there late game, guys. Just. I do think it's a shit meta though. Just with everyone saying it's kind of a shit meta. I agree. I'm also tired of everything doing so much damage that you literally cannot play tanks. That being said, I also kind of enjoy playing backliners as a result of it, because you just kill everything. But yeah, it's been there long enough.
Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
You called that damage? Hit me!
Can I kill after he uses his stuff, maybe?
Careful, right enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Enough.
Oh, the fucking healing, man.
Wasn't even close.
No! There's no way!
Spree.
Oh, you are you the bane of my existence, this armor. I'm going crazy. I have officially gone crazy. There's no fucking way, man. What do we build now? Like, protection isn't gonna do shit for me at this point in the game. So, whatever, fuck it. Oof, that was close. I mean, also the we kind of why is Amma open? That's also a big question, you know.
Your middle
Why is
tower
she open?
is under attack.
It's the Hercules again. Are you really actually ulting the Hercules? Like, I'm sure there are usually targets for you to kill. Surely.
An enemy has been slain.
It is a nice pick though, because Herc is kind of their main big CC.
On my way.
Death did not come swiftly.
Damn, combo.
Slain an enemy.
Black hole. Down.
Fuel for the fire.
Double kill.
Nice work.
Your team has destroyed
I'll
a
attack
middle
the
enemy
fire
tower.
giant.
Okay.
Gank.
I'll attack.
Killing spree. Deicide.
All right.
We can do this before fire spawns, right?
Attack the fire giant.
Sure, I'll take it. It's gonna be so useful, trust me. I will definitely not die in vain and give it to them.
Attack the gold.
We're so back. I can't believe I held faith all this time.
On my way.
I definitely believed in me the whole time. I've never been so calm in a single game of Smite.
The gold fury.
Ultimate is ready.
Why are we backing? Wait, what? Why are we suddenly backing now and not pushing the waves? Are we crazy?
Your middle tower is under
And we're just giving them mid tower and shit as well. I don't understand what our game plan was.
Your
Right
middle
there.
tower is under attack.
We push, we just get the easy tier. Ow.
Enemy missing.
Enemies in middle lane.
Down upon you.
Surely we don't need to back, right?
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
What are we doing, guys? Why are we pushing?
Your right tower is under attack.
Alright, I'm gonna go push mid.
Has arrived.
Not really the greatest use of this, but they used a bunch of shit as well. I don't know what the big shield hurt gun was, but I'm assuming it was shell. Except they don't have shell, so.
Can we get in?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
We're 30 seconds on fire. We should just take the right tower. If we can even make it.
The gold ran out. I'm not sure we can.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, 5k gold, I'm fucking leaving.
We just get ready for next gold. Should be fine.
Tower is under attack.
Ward here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bring the pain.
Retreat middle lane. I'll hang on to this. It'll seem
Your
like
right
a warning.
tower is under attack.
Let's get Metal of Discord. Just go all in and see if I can just kill before I get killed. That's about it. That's the plan.
Attack the gold fury. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Way to be a leader.
Can we just pull FG off spawn?
We need to defend left as well. That's a huge wave.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, Marwa will catch that one too, Ramiro.
Yeah, I'll just defend.
I thought I bombed this at like 3k.
Your left tower is under attack. Destroyed the fire tower.
Play off right wave. We have a flash right wave.
Two of them are super low. Fuck, man, I can't believe I didn't get one of them.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I mean, mid and left. Mid and left, Phoenix to debuff. I'll probably push. You can go.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Can't finish it. Just get out if you can. This isn't really good anymore.
Killing spree.
Soul behind.
Your left Phoenix
And ammo.
an enemy has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Shut down. Coming through. Double kill. Rampage.
Oh, that works. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, still didn't feel like a win. But the fries were in fact put in the bag. Not on me though. Had some decent moments later in some of the team fights, but Once my job began sitting on armor, it was much easier. as I literally only picked this to do that. I mean, despite everything, I did have fun today, but I also had some rough moments today. Smite is in a weird spot for me at the moment. A bit tired of the current meta as well as the gods, but I still enjoy the game a lot, so. Anyway, thank you guys for watching as always, I really appreciate it. And I will throw you over to another if you're still streaming.